Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 2:45 in the afternoon. It's 75 degrees out. It's 5/7/25. That is a May 7th, 2025 in the foul year of our Lord, 2025. It is a Wednesday. It is a good day. I'm just making sure I got all the lights on in here and everything. I'm going to turn the lights on later. It is 2:45 in the afternoon. I did not walk today because it's kind of chilly and I don't want to be sore for tomorrow because I have to lie in a dentist chair for like 3 hours in a really uncomfortable position and get dental surgery. And so I'm just sort of going to take like a 3-day hiatus from hard exercise while I do dental surgery. And so that'll be today, tomorrow, and the day after. But after that, I'm going back to the 2 hours a day thing after my mouth and you know I'm gonna be drunk for about 36 hours tomorrow, or not 36 hours but like a day and a half or something. I'm gonna be drunk for like a day and a half because the piece of shit doctors, they like kind of violated my rights by understanding at one time in my life I had methamphetamine in my bloodstream, so now they don't ever trust me with pain medication ever again. And so and that sucks because I actually do deserve some pain medication for the fucking terrible permanent crown that they're drilling into my back left, my farthest back, closest to my brain, far left molar. And like they won't give me pain medication, so then I have to go get drunk for like 2 days, or I'm miserable. And that hurts my cheek and my tooth to drink alcohol. But I mean, they won't give me goddamn painkillers because they're piece of shit, faithless pig dog traders. They don't have even their fucking clients' interests at heart anymore. They rather push some goddamn drug control bullshit rather than give me pain medication after major surgery. It's just an example of their fucking fascism getting completely out of control. And yeah, I believe there needs to be complete reform with that stuff. I know that these doctors gave out too much opioids, but there's a difference between giving out opioid prescriptions that made people into heroin junkies and giving me 100 or whatever, like 50 milligram codeines. All I want is 5 fucking 50 milligram codeines. If I ask for it, they treat you like a junkie. I don't think the doctors should be fired. I think the politicians who let that happen should be fired.
In that particular brief. That brief was filed by a Massachusetts solo.
So I'll be drunk for like 2 days or something, and I know that I don't want a sore body for all of this, so I like took a day off today. But I have been walking for like 7 miles every day for, I don't know, 5 weeks or something like that. I'm not doing it today or tomorrow or the day after because they're putting me in for major crown surgery tomorrow. Fucking annoying, and I'm not looking forward to it. I don't like I don't care about surgery or even the process itself. It's the 36 hours of bad pain afterwards. I find that completely unnecessary. And when I'm tortured like that, I just want to fucking fire these fascist pieces of shit. They even control the drugs now. They're such pieces of shit. They don't deserve the offices they have. And this must stop. They control everything. They won't even give me 5 fucking milligrams of codeine anymore. They won't even give me 5 milligram codeines because they're fucking fascists and they do need to be toppled. Their Nazism is not okay in America. Fuck their control and their bullshit, and fuck the doctors who think it's okay. They're just doing what the government tells them. But the government, they crossed me here on this one. I should be able to get 5 milligram codeines without some kind of goddamn fucking interrogation or like drug-seeking behavior flag in my chart or anything like that. And that's the HMOs and the government and all their rules and everything. Who cares if I have a 5 milligram codeine after major dental surgery? But you do, and I don't like you. And fuck you, I hope you get fired. The doctor, the lawyers, the fucking politicians that made that okay. All of you guys don't deserve your jobs. And that needs to happen. These people do need to get fired. They're not working in the interests of the public, only in the interests of the fucking fascists. That's it. And they do need to be fired from their jobs. It's stupid. Like people right now all over America are suffering dental pain. They can't get help. This is because politicians suck dick and control everything for no reason. I don't know why. Why? Did you think I was going to become a junkie from a 5 milligram codeine? Oh, my God, you're dumb. You're so dumb. The things you do are so dumb. Everything you do is so dumb. The way you run this railroad is so dumb. Your control over drugs and your fascism is so goddamn dumb. You're controlling 5 milligram codeines now. You're so fucking stupid. I need you guys to leave this country. We don't want your control or fascism anymore.
Practitioner who, on his own...
Anyways, so that's my opening scene. I love you guys. There's me cussing out the doctors, the lawyers, and the drug control people, the DEAs of the world. Fuck them and their stupid, faithless, traitor, pig dog asses, and all the bullshit that they cause us for no reason. No fucking reason. There is no reason why they can't trust me with a 5 milligram fucking codeine. I have never overdosed. I have never gone to jail for real drugs for any real significant amount of time. There's no reason why they should treat me like that, but they do. So I say, fuck you. I hope you lose your jobs, you worthless piece of shit, pig dog traitor fascists. Not just the fucking, like, politicians, but the doctors that they control too. It's all the same form of fucking fascism against drugs. It's just some puritanical piece of shit puke, Christian incel fucking loser, like, you know, just trying to control other people's drugs as usual. It's just stupid. It's the same old shit, and it needs to stop. Your control, suck my dick, fucking fascist.
To stand up to Trump on behalf of his fellow lawyers. And the contrast between Kenneth C. Pickering
and I'm gonna drop it off the big face.
Simpson
Yeah. No, I do not hold back. You know, I don't hold back. I give you the same thing before the stream as I do the recording. I'm telling you the truth. The drug control stuff in this country is fascism. It needs to end. Probably just take your jobs if you don't stop it. It needs you to stop it now. I'll vote you out. And I'll be like, no, you roll Democrat or Republican. That's traitor. You can't have an office ever again. Sorry. You prevented dental surgery patients from getting codeine because you are a torture artist and you prefer that humans are in pain. Like Satan. You roll with Satan. Your drug control is goddamn Satan. You're evil. And I mean, like, fuck you. I don't want you to have a job in this country. And I mean this too. You drug control people. You piece of shit horses asses. I want you out of this country. Your drug control bullshit. It's not welcome. It's not acceptable. The puritanical puke bullshit that nobody actually lives by is unacceptable. Go back to church or whatever. You little pansy. You're scared of drugs. You're a fucking pussy. And, you know, I'm sorry, but I would like 5 milligrams of codeine now for my major dental surgery. You fucking fascist. You deal with the pain. You go get major dental surgery without pills. I know you get your pills when you go to the dental office. But I don't, because you control everything and everybody with your piece of shit totalitarian fascism, from the drugs that are a fucking dental office down to the fucking water that we drink, and I need you to go away now before I kill you. And I mean it, I really kind of do want to kill you. Like, when I get the dental surgery tomorrow, and I won't have the 5 milligram codeine, I'm going to think about killing you. And I mean you, like the American government, the entire American government. I'm going to think about killing you because your fucking control, you can shove it up your fucking ass, fascists. Fuck your fucking control over drugs and your bullshit. Fuck you, worthless piece of shit fascists. Yeah, that's what it is. It's fascism. It's you telling other people that you don't know what to do. Piece of shit fascists. Give me a 5 milligram codeine, cocksuckers. Fuck you.
Not be more stark. And turning to the First Amendment, Judge Howell wrote, quote,
Wish I was kidding. Wish I was making a joke. Not at all. Dead fucking serious. This is the sad state of affairs. They have run the control and the fascism so goddamn bad, you can't even get a 5 milligram codeine for a legal dental procedure anymore. You guys suck dick. You don't run this country well. I want your jobs.
Of these First Amendment protections is that government officials may not subject individuals to retaliatory actions after the fact for having engaged in protection.
You make living here so not fun that I want to leave. Because of shit like this. It is so not fun that I literally, when I wake up in the morning, I dream of moving to Myanmar or even fucking some crazy place like Dubai, even though I heard the fucking air quality is worthless. You're so faithless and so shitty in your fucking fascism and control that I want to leave the fucking country I was born in. What the fuck is wrong with you? I want to leave this country because I can't get a 5 milligram codeine from the piece of shit fascist doctor that toadies down to the piece of shit fascist Republican. Fuck you. I'd rather leave the country. You guys suck dick. You didn't run this country. You ran this country into the ground. Fuck you.
speech.
You think it's a small thing. Oh, he can't get his pain medication, so he's bitching and moaning. No, it's about the overt control on my life. You are telling me what to do. I don't want it. I don't want you. I don't want you in control anymore. I don't want Republicans and Democrats in control anymore. If you back the drug war, I want you in jail. And I'm dead serious. Now, you think these things are jokes. They're not. I'm dead serious. You have fucked my people for way too long with your control bullshit, and I can't handle it. You can see it. I'll fucking kill you before I stomach it any longer. You must let all of this shit go. You must let the drugs go. You must let the prisons go. I can't handle it anymore. Your control over people that you've never met before. You can just die as far as I'm concerned. If they boil you in your own blood outside goddamn Jan 6th or whatever, I won't have any sympathy for you. You're gonna deserve it.
Also extends to retaliation against individuals for these specific viewpoints.
You deserve that.
By the First Amendment.
Your control is sick and weird. Republican control is so sick and fucking weird and anti-humanist and anti-populist and shitty and Satan and fucking evil and mostly murder, mostly murder-based and death-based. It's shitty, and I don't want your control anymore. I really don't. Can't get a fucking 5 milligram codeine down at the Walgreens anymore because you fucking fascisted up this country so bad. I can't even get a 5 milligram fucking codeine. What the fuck's wrong with you? Are you evil? Is Satan literally dancing you around on puppet strings? What the fuck happened to my government? What happened to you?
Or suppress disfavored expression.
What, because I had meth in my bloodstream 8 years ago? You won't give me a 5 milligram fucking, like, codeine? You ever done drugs before? You ever made a mistake? You're so goddamn worthless. I kind of would laugh if you died. You know what I mean? The amount of pain and bullshit that you caused me for no reason with your weird, shitty desire to control everything and everyone. It's so sick and mentally fucking weird. I can't handle it.
Use threats of legal sanctions and other means of coercion to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech. Retaliation and threats of retaliation to effectuate viewpoint discrimination is uniquely harmful to a free and democratic society. To prevail on these claims, plaintiffs must show that...
Sorry guys, I've been up for, I don't know, an hour and 25 minutes, but I've only been recording for 12. So if you caught me mid-tirade trying to destroy the government and all their drug control bullshit as they kill us to our faces and all this, I apologize. I'm mid-rant as I rave about how I can't get a 5 milligram goddamn piece of shit fucking like codeine pill for my major dental surgery tomorrow, because the control has gotten so intrinsically deep and so shitty and so pointless that it is now like Guantanamo torture for no fucking reason. And I would boil the politicians in their own blood outside the goddamn Capitol building. That is how much rage that fucking unacceptable, pointless fucking torture that they've given me, right? I'm thinking about the pain I'm gonna have to be in for the next 2 to fucking 7 days or something like that, and I just want to boil you inside your own blood in a tank outside the Capitol building and laugh while you die. That's what that torture makes me want to do to you over your piece of shit drug policy control. Just your drug policy control. All your other policies are just the same. But I mean, this is just the drug policy one. You've been fucking up and running this country into the goddamn ground. You're lucky I don't fucking kill you and boil you in the blood outside the Capitol building. Look at the smile that it brings to my face. You can see the joy that I might get, to the satisfaction I might derive from doing that to you, as you try to tell me I can't get a 5 milligram codeine in America, the place we supposedly built on freedom and the pursuit of happiness. You know what happiness means to me right now, you piece of shit, control artist, junk thief, fucking assholes, fucking complete politician, scam artist, thieves. You know what I'm thinking about right now? Freedom and the pursuit of happiness to me means taking a 5 milligram fucking codeine when I'm getting dental surgery. That's not what it means to you. Freedom to you is the freedom to prevent me from doing that. I want to kill you. I want to kill you for that. That control, it's not a joke. I would kill you if I knew who you were. That control it is not a joke. You understand how angry that makes me? Your drug control policy for all the illegal drugs, all the counter stuff, all the codeine for the dental surgeries and stuff. Your drug control. Do you understand how angry it makes me? I would summon up the entire government, put them in a big pack, and boil them in their own blood. That is how angry that fucking makes me. I can't act any differently. That is how angry the 7 days of torture I am about to go through because I can't get a 5 milligram codeine from a fucking piece of shit doctor who's being pushed around by some Republican fucking fascist who tells me I can't get a 5 milligram codeine. What, because I did drugs one time 7 years ago? You're fucking dumb. Fuck you. It's not drug-seeking behavior to ask for fucking codeines after dental surgery, but it is if I do it, because you piece of shit fascist put some mark in my fucking chart that you keep on everybody years ago. And so, fuck the chart, fuck you, fuck your government, fuck your drug control, fuck your drug war, and yeah, I would torture you with a bullwhip in Times Square for what you're about to do to me over this next week. That's how angry it fucking makes me. That's the American government doing that to me, and I would flog the president in Times Square for the pain that I'm about to go through because of their shitty drug policy. And it's just dental surgery. Imagine somebody else in the country with a real injury. Imagine somebody with a real injury, how much they might hate you, and you've got Luigi. Piece of shit, faithless pig dog traitor Republic rat cocksuckers. You deserve Luigi. You get what you got. Fuck around and find out, fascist drug control cocksuckers. Fuck around and find out.
The firm engaged in conduct protected under the First Amendment.
No, we don't want your drug control. No, we will kill you. No, we don't want it. Stop doing it. We are the public. Luigi threw his life away to fucking stop you. We don't want your drug control. Fucking stop it now. Stop it now, piece of shit fascist. Stop it now.
14
I'm about to go through a week-long torture because of you, and I'm going to think about you when it happens, and that's what builds this kind of hatred. You need to stop this fascist bullshit. Fuck you, assholes. Fuck anybody who rolls with you. That pain, you're the pain. It's not my teeth. It's you. It's you. You're the pain in the back of my skull. You know what I'm saying? You're the pain. You caused the pain. It's not the teeth. It's you. I could easily take pills for that pain. I can't because you're a fucking cocksucker and you ruin everything and everyone and every system that you touch. You're the Republican Party.
30 took some retaliatory action sufficient to deter a person of ordinary firmness in plaintiff's position from...
I mean, you do work for Satan. So, I mean, are we surprised? No, I'm never surprised when Donald Trump tells another lie. He's the king of lies. It's, you know, it's a given. He's gotta lie. Maybe I should listen to some Hassan. Let's see what the Republicans did to try to kill us in the name of Satan today. Shall we? Let's listen to Hassan Nabi, huh? Uh-oh. Yeah, oh man, he debated Ethan, did he? How long? 4 hours and 45 minutes from Hassan Nabi directly. Here we go. They can't be in the same room anymore. That's not too good.
And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian, you moron, you racist piece of... Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of Zionist
You are out of your mind.
Not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel? You big...
Terrorize the
You
Palestinians.
are so out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba. You think racist piece of shit.
Folks, that's enough of the dog.
You think that I'm my own particular brand of crazy, but no, I was taught by the best. It's the Young Turks. I've been watching the Young Turks since I was like 20. I learned to scream like Shank and motherfucking Hassan every time one of you fascist bastards takes a 5 milligram codeine away from me. You know what I'm saying? I scream, I really don't like you. If I had a weapon and there was no holdbacks like family or anything, I would kill you. Your torture, the dental torture you're about to put me through, I would end some lives like fucking Luigi. I mean this too. I'm not a killer or a murderer, and I would never do something like that. But I mean, like, I would, the amount of rage that I feel because you're about to torture me with dental surgery for no reason, it makes me understand, Luigi, the control that you have put us under with your piece of shit drug war and all of your death and your violence in your prisons, and the fact that I can't get a 5 milligram codeine makes me scream like Hassan and Cenk Uygur. It's where I got it from.
Chat, it's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hassan Piker.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well.
Ooh, they really don't like you. I'm sorry, they don't like each other. They don't like each other. You guys used to be homies, whatever.
Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show, like, not just Ethan, but yourself as well if you're going to talk. Like, that's fine.
Hey, Hassan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well,
It's true. He's right. You are telling them what to do. But he's also trying to include the producer. Because Ethan is the god and manager who rules like a king. Hassan is the anarcho-punker who doesn't believe in that sort of thing, like me. So he wants the producer to show his face and not be the faceless proletariat, right? Because the faceless proletariat is what's wrong with these piece of shit gods and managers. They don't acknowledge the people that they walk on as they go to the top, just like Elon, right? So Hassan wants the producer to be on screen because he's in the conversation, obviously. Now, Ethan is an idiot and thinks that this is just about control. But no, it's actually Hassan. I can tell you right now what Hassan is thinking. He disapproves that he's using the producer like some kind of faceless god voice in the background, like he doesn't exist, because it is sort of serfdom in a way. It's like using somebody like a slave. If you're going to be part of the conversation and talk and make an apology about how there's something wrong with the stream, then you're part of the conversation. Your face needs to be represented. You are equal to us. And you could call that socialist, or you could call it decency. You could also call it decency.
You know, they were my coworkers as well.
They were my coworkers. This is somebody that he knows and likes and is friends with, and he wants him on the screen because he's obviously talking on this conversation. He wants to include him. Ethan thinks that he's trying to control him.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So,
And the piece of shit god and manager is like, don't talk to the slave. And that's the problem. That's the problem. It's always been the problem. When you treat other people like they're not the same thing as you, when they're not the same, built of the same stuff, same periodic table of elements, same water, same everything, they have the same value as you. They're not some N-word Karen or some Karen who says the N-word. They're just the same value as you. You know, it doesn't matter what they do, what they say. So he wants to include him, and the god and manager is like, don't talk to the slave. I decide whether or not the slave gets to be on my video camera. And that's the why Hassan dislikes him. That stuff. I had this issue with everybody that I know except for my inner circle. They're the only people I've ever met who aren't like that. Even my family's like this. It's insane. Everybody's like this. But my inner circle is not. They treat everybody like they're equal. And that was the deciding factor about whether or not you could be in my circle. I had a friend, he views others differently. Like, for instance, I swear to God, he thinks Christians are lesser than him. And my friends disliked this about him, that he thought he was better than somebody. And that kind of cost him his real position in our inner circle. Now he's like outside now. He's like outside of the inner, which is weird because I know what caused it. He acted like he was better than somebody else. And his song can't handle that, and neither can I. And when he still doesn't put the fucking producer on the screen, I think, why am I talking to this god and manager piece of shit who doesn't even treat his best friend with any sort of modicum of respect or equality or anything like that? Why do I bother?
So let's start. I mean,
and look, he just goes quiet, and he's like, why do I bother?
Did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible, but yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay.
And of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process. Of course.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
I'm
let's...
also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, I
don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Like gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology.
So do I.
That revolves around the extermination policies of
fascism,
removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said,
which is
Palestine,
fascist. Yeah.
As long as they are not Jews, because it's a ethno-religious supremacist ideology.
So other people have to suffer because you're blood war?
Disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir, how was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
Was happening. I can't really remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." No, and by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
Not in that. I mean,
You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done. Done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop? I don't know.
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm asking. I don't care.
But I don't know why this is a major
point.
You
did say it.
All right, so you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think
it was my definition? I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer it how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've
good.
addressed him
All right,
thoroughly.
just-
Do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call? What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the
iDubbbz's
video.
content cop.
Correct. That's
About
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I think it was more so about. Like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the
quite
clips
frankly,
were
harassing
from the
a bunch of
episode entitled
content
CPS
creators.
Came to My House, Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's
I think it's
obvious.
completely inappropriate
I'm
to call
saying your
CPS
friend
like
Hassan you made a
content
video
creator.
with
I don't know why
did a
you're- I
total
don't know why
fucking
you
hit
think I have
job.
any hand
All right, go
in
ahead.
this.
Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like, dude,
Go ahead.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment.
Yep.
You and I have talked privately about this. When
Hassan,
we
I don't
were-
care. Let's
when we
just
had a
go
podcast.
on.
No,
You- I don't-
You brought this up.
I don't-
You brought it up. Hold on. Let me say my
I know
piece.
what you're saying. We've
You brought
all
it
been
up.
harassed.
Let
The
me
internet
bring-
is
let me say
tough.
my
Whatever,
piece.
yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting
You also
conversation. Go
told me
ahead.
that and your date. Please, just hold on and let me.
Wow, I have-
try to
wow,
explain
God
my
forbid.
position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people. Ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before.
Been a while.
Before we, stopped doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I
because
know
am
you're
victim
against
to the same
CPS.
exact things
That's
that
not
happen to
even
you in this
interesting.
regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that.
Okay,
sort
ask
of
me a
thing,
question.
And don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know
Very
why
good.
you
Ask me a
think
question.
that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me. I didn't
Okay,
make
sure.
any
Ask me a
editorial-
question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in
I'm
iDubbbz's
shocked.
content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking...
Sure,
Pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it. I don't
would have been
know
all
why
right?
this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character is...
Hassan,
is
ask me a
so
question,
far
I'm gonna move on to
removed
the
from
next
you
topic
asking
here.
me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian
Sure.
advocates
Well,
that you feel
I
like
don't know
you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
I never
Do I
said
do
that,
I think
and
my
don't that's the
coverage?
case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply
No,
that.
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked
Hassan, I'm
about,
answering your
every
question.
time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Vendettas that you have experienced from
I was going to explain that. Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer that.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I have also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think
So anyway, my point is, Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even, was I?
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that made. I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video, you participated in a video accusing a Jewish... Let me finish my point, Hassan. Stop.
Can I just say...
You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep breath. I didn't even hear your question. I need you to
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
The other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me paint a scenario. Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there. You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me why.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most
just
likely
a cosmic
because I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan,
I'm sorry, Hassan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDub should have removed?
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism.
I didn't.
You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay,
again,
laugh about it.
It's
Go
not
on.
a swastika. And I don't even
then
think
why
you
leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use
$470,000.
the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
and who are
that,
you
right?
to say that to me? You pose with the swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the
not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika. I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, a tasteless joke on iDub's shirt 10 years ago. Yeah. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
As looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
So you know it. So you know it's not a swastika.
They know that looks like a swastika.
Sword, so I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
Interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke. You brandished what I.
Only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating
and he left it up.
Of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted
I'm not
it.
him. I don't
go
know.
Ahead,
Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I am not iDubbbz.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his
I'm
mind.
not accusing you of being iDubbbz, Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on
yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't have a problem telling you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure. I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
Killing
and time and time
civilians.
again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I
good.
totally
So then
agree
we don't
with you on
disagree.
that. Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tabra tier list.
Can I? Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You can.
Okay.
You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio,
It's fine. Take your
my
time.
audio
to
keeps
get the audio
going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay. I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hassan.
Can I just?
Hassan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hassan. Hey, Hassan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement
So
with
it's
him on that,
nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah, I know. I have more positions that I disagree with
Pardon
him
me.
on after this
The
as
video
well.
can play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say "from the river
Someone's gonna hit me with the Cherry Act.
to the sea, Palestine will be free," obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
My goat.
one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
Well, I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
routinely
Norm.
talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you, that
it's
I
not
can
even
have
my
a
opinion,
disagreement with
frankly.
him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When
He
have I
doesn't
opposed
say
it?
It is exterminationist.
When
He
have I
says
opposed
that's
it?
what people think. If you think
have
that,
I
if you
opposed
think
it?
that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
He
shape, or
literally
form
is in
on
agreement
any
with me.
issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
Anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan,
I
do you
want
remember
to
me
ask Norm
advocating against it?
Finkelstein-
Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation you said
No, it didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
Anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra
Norm
tier
does not
list.
believe
Now,
it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
very good. I'll ask him about it. Now,
Are
let me
you
ask you
actually
about
going to
the.
do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that
Yes,
would be
I'm gonna talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's
Okay,
my
go
turn.
ahead.
You
know
spoke,
what?
and now it's my turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate
I
that. That's
didn't.
very gracious of you.
I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that.
You already.
Is it my turn to ask a question or
there's
what?
A genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important.
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary
Yes, very
surrounding
good.
this issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed
can you
on.
answer that question?
No,
Does that make
Hassan,
sense?
you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make
I
sense?
said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're gonna let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging.
I suppose I'll
in
look for
terms of
group on White Mage.
deplatforming, a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And
pleasure.
yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very good.
identical to
Let
the
me ask you a
cracker band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan? I wanna walk
Whoa,
you
answer
through
the
this
question.
again.
What, you're
I'm
dodging?
not iDubbbz, and I'm not
Oh,
Frogan.
but you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time
No,
defending.
because I don't care.
I
don't.
do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's
this
great
is-
you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's
fucking-
Jewish?
What? Because it's
Because it's
he's
the most
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish
Do you
creators on
think
YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty
No,
bad.
because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
Kind of dumb right
So
now.
why
you
is
look
Ben
kind
there?
of insane. That's
Okay,
why
very
I'm
good. Why
having
is
a
Ben
hard
there?
time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F Tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences, eh? Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned. His name
Very
is
good,
Rafi.
and I'm glad
You
he
called him
did.
a
He definitely
token
deserved
Jew.
it.
You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking, yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra Hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Lowest, the Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier. And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Oh, so
I'm not criticizing. By the way, I'm not. You think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS.
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
we'll double check.
100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
You.
It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
and
it was.
ever since it has
You're
been
lying.
on that official BDS list, I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love Diet Coke.
You know what's funny? You told her.
It's like not.
You remember what you told her, son? You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra Hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this. It's about, what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either, but we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence? Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan?
Go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know.
And I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro
non-Jewish,
and me
are
in the
on
F
the
tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but right? I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah, I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway,
Wait,
Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know, it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
So this is a cosmic mistake. Let's move on.
The tier list, if you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
of course.
that even
the Jewish
come
man
across as
is crazy. He
anti-Semitic,
sees
and you're having a
anti-Semitism
really hard
everywhere.
time. Well,
These are just cosmic mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
yes, I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism, with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're not wearing a shirt that says "I hate Jews," but they're walking around swastikas and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you.
And I think you're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understand the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch, man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why we
stop with the value judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I want my best friend Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love to hear. Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation. Including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up, Hassan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
wow, bow, bang!
Do you think
hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
Ethan, as your former podcast
he was on the vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are
point.
you as anti... Well, let me finish.
Then let's move on from
You asked me two
and
questions.
Let's address
No.
you I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens
so
is
you think I'm
outright.
anti-Semitic
Hold
now?
on there, Hassan. This is an important
You think I'm
question.
anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm
I
gonna
was.
answer. I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Um,
Or yesterday.
your form of
I think.
anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always.
Can you
everything?
point to-
And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious
Ethan,
anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
Well,
this
let's
is
not worry about
sign
that.
of
Let's-
mental
let's-
sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Vaughn situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Vaughn did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro,
I
you
said in your
literally look like the
Instagram
dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
The small head
Ethan,
guy?
I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head
your
guy,
stream that
Beetlejuice.
much. I don't. I only see like
In the
bits and
waiting room?
pieces of it.
Oh, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance? You're this guy from Beetlejuice in this photo. You have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right? $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about
Libs of
how
TikTok.
I said
Wait, what is
something,
this?
and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate.
Wait, why are you?
Or
showing
I
me
guess
this?
I'll
You're saying I
craft
didn't
more.
bring this up, but I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me. Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right, thanks, Dan.
I
This
know,
looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
And
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
'cause
up
of the
post
video.
as well. But the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again.
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult
Yeah.
questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you
Yeah.
feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's
You
why.
think I'm just
And
as
you guys
bad
were
as
hitting that
Candace
same
Owens
flavor.
on anti-Semitism in my
Yes.
own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right,
Very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me
can
ask you a question.
explain-
Hassan, can I ask you a
now
question?
officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because
Well,
yesterday,
we're kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you said
there.
I wasn't, but also
I already-
for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I
2
have
days ago,
literally
you said I
answered it
wasn't
probably
anti-Semitic.
2 times.
For
The
a
reason that
year-
I'm saying
for
you're
a
anti-Semitic is
year-
because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid
No,
anti-Semite. You
never did.
You did. You went back
did
and forth
not.
on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went
checked
back
you
and
on it.
checked. I had said that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked. You're lying.
Spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
It is about Habibi, not Sabri. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you. My turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't.
Here, for example, is someone using it to anti-Semitically.
Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got.
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for
phone.
sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You remember.
Is this the guy?
Wait, you remember.
No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking F slur.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not? The point is,
hold on. You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
Listen.
Wait, what do you mean you don't care? Now
If I brought him up, Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question.
Why do you
just
think
because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hassan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Ethan, can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like me
he loves you, that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Wait.
All right, Hassan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I've got it.
Approaching you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
Environment of
You're the GOAT.
for me.
Wow, how crazy. I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
For his own dumbass
Hassan,
podcast.
please, you're derailing this, and I need
I'm not
to
derailing
make
it. It's not called derailing.
He's talking.
I was there, and I'm telling you the situation. You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip again?
Chase.
I'll play it again, you know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also happened in there.
You're my hero, bro. I love you. You're the coolest guy in the world.
Well, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck
producer
it.
and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March, was there.
I love you, bro. I'm so
and he's in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world. Well, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please. I mean, so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him. And
I know you don't.
Of mine, so why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking clout
I'll play it again. I mean, I feel like we're running in circles. But I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his
literally
podcast,
recognized you.
for his POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
so let me move on. Do you want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it again.
is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in your
Okay,
one
I
of
lied.
your videos.
Yeah,
You
I
said he was
lied
a
about
fan
him
of
being a
mine,
fan.
and I was sending harassment your way.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think
very
that's a
good.
big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big
I
point of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an
Do
example
you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think-
a
no,
random,
you're being dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A
wants
random
the clout
Hassan
chase,
fan comes up to
and
you.
yeah, wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel
That's
like
not
that's
what I implied.
appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
That is an outright,
you did not imply
horrific,
that this person that was a
bad
fan
faith
of
lie.
mine was
Yes, I
actually
did.
harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
Did he not harass
you are a liar. You know that,
Did he
right?
not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking
Did
about?
he not
Did you
harass
send
you?
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video
Okay, who
that he was a
cares,
fan
bro?
of mine,
Go ahead, when you're done. Go, I'll
leading
wait.
the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
Bro,
meets
who cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
me. No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up
just-
here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm
you
showing
used him
it.
in the past to act like I was sending hate your
Bro,
way.
you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out, we can take the journey
play this
together.
clip, though?
So this clip is just an example, not that you're endorsing him, not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
BRB, I gotta pee.
It's the first
I'll play it, I'll play it, I'll
introduction of
play
this
it.
character
Yeah,
onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it, yeah.
Content or pop man. Is that it? Hey,
I can, are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
They're not there.
We're just streaming. Live stream.
Oh, live stream?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
What?
You're out playing with swastika
Yes.
swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
I played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing
It's
the clip.
really,
That
okay.
is
Can I-
the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a fan.
Fine, bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
Let me
I
ask
do
you a
care
question.
because
Okay,
I
very
do
good.
care because you have made an inference that is
Oh my God,
erroneous.
dude. You are
have made an
dragging your
inference
feet on
that
this
is-
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
You've made
Can
an
we
inference
please move
that
on?
is ridiculous.
This clip
and
you
also
sent didn't prove me
false.
wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
No, I think that
He's-
guy. I
Yeah.
mean, from what I've seen,
Yeah.
any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as
I don't think you're in the
anti-Semitic.
ADL, Ethan. if
I'm
that's
making
what
like
you're gonna
500K a
say.
day.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
You said,
I went to change shops.
I'll
Oops.
quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked
took
with the
credit over it,
ADL.
didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Real? Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago. You choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Oh, you're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly come after me when he knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL to
Do you
take
know
action.
how
Well, actually,
silly
you know
you
what? I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action. You are
that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof.
You are
and frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked with
From
the
Hassan?
ADL. I would have said
From
I worked for the
Hassan.
ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
Okay.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed
I got nothing to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story, independent of me.
Even, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
Yes, it is.
Clearly works
Yes, it is.
on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people
But it
coming
is.
after
Fair,
them.
it is.
Which has
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
on numerous
Excellent
instances.
with the last
This is what you learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL. But you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked.
Okay, well, you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and for
Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them.
What are you talking about?
I don't want to listen to these grown men argue anymore. It was good for a little while, but it's boring me.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive.
Thank you, Philip
into the
DeFranco. I'd
news.
like to
My
sub to your
name
channel.
is
Thank you,
Philip
Hassan Abi.
DeFranco,
I'd like
and
to
we
sub
have
to
a
your
lot
channel.
to talk about today, starting with this. I'm very interested to know your thoughts on this.
Trump's Signal app was hacked in 15 minutes. Oh no, Trump's Signal app was hacked? Oh no.
AI video of a man who was killed in a road rage incident was used in court to address his killer. So back in 2021, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. My name is Philip DeFranco, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. I'm very interested to know your thoughts on this. An AI video of a man who was killed in a road rage incident was used in court to address his killer. So back in 2021, Chris Pelkey was shot and killed by Gabriel Horcasitas. And it happened in Chandler, Arizona, after an argument had taken place while they were driving. But according to reports, the men had stopped at a red light when Pelkey then got out of his vehicle and walked toward Horcasitas, who was in a car behind him, and he responded by firing multiple rounds. And then,
firing
heading into the
multiple
trial,
rounds?
Pelkey's sister, Stacey Wales, she began collecting impact.
In America? Why are you just opening up on your fellow Americans? What the fuck? Like, I don't know. Like, are they like, I'm killing you now, right? I would understand if the guy's like, I'm gonna kill you now. I would understand opening up if that's part of this equation, right? Like in the court, if I'm the judge, I'm thinking, like, I want to hear something like, your assailant came at you, threatening to fucking kill you right now. I'm gonna kill you right now. So I just opened up with a gun to shoot him, right? That's what I want to hear. Otherwise, you just shot a fellow American. You're just a murderer, you know? Like, why did you just open up on a fellow American? You don't think it might be a special situation? Maybe you talk to them first, maybe? And, like, if they threaten you, like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm coming at you, I'm gonna kill you, then you shoot them, and then you use that as defense in the court of law, and it never even ends up on Philip DeFranco. I think you guys just want to shoot your fucking fellow Americans because you're that gun nut, and that's stupid, and that deprived by the education system, and that fucking dumb, that you just, like, want to shoot your fellow fucking Americans, like, because it just shouldn't come up. Like just like 50 years ago, it wouldn't have come up. It would have been like, oh, so you opened up on a fellow American, did you? Is it time of war? You know, this is another problem that really sucks about all those drive-bys in LA and shit like this. It's like, yeah, you can have your gang culture venerating all that stuff, but like in the end, you're just hosing Americans. What the fuck are you doing? That's not being a good American. That's just you opening up on some other person in American, a fellow American. And to me, it's almost like treason in a way, like just opening up. Like, that should be a consideration. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm heated and I listen to rap that venerates murder or something and I got some problem with some dude, so I'm just gonna go fucking cap him up and lay him wasted on the concrete or whatever. And it's like, nah, motherfucker, that's like some rap song. It's a fellow American. You should not do that. Fucking consult a lawyer, consult a police officer, consult the media, do something different than that. Don't go fucking just cap them up. I mean, maybe if he's charging you with a knife and he's like, I'm gonna end your life, it's gotta be something real specific like that. And I mean, that's how the judge looks at it too. Lest you fucking forget. That's how the judge looks at it when they give you the fucking life for murdering somebody. That's how the judge looks at it too. Unless you're fucking assailant, it's like, I'm gonna end your fucking life now with this fucking knife in my hand. You see it? That's like what the judge needs to hear before you just get life in jail. You're fucking stupid. You're a murderer. You're making this about how, like, maybe America isn't safe and that you need to protect yourself by just capping somebody up or some shit, like some kind of South Central gangster trying to fight over a crack block or something like that. No, you're just Americans in America, and you need to use your fucking words. Not using your fucking words is what got us in this fucking terrible school shooting mess. Use your fucking words. Don't just go cap the guy up. It's so dumb.
Statements and preparing her own when she had an idea.
We received 49 letters that the judge was able to read before walking into sentencing that day. But there was one missing piece. There was one voice that was not in those letters.
And so she turned to her husband and a friend of his who had been working with AI for a while. And together,
they're like having like the victim speak to you because you seem to think this is okay or some shit that you guys act like this. They're like trying to have the victim speak to you. They're like offering to buy you trips to fucking Treblinka or whatever. Well, Auschwitz. They're like offering to buy you trips to Auschwitz, and they're like having the AI speak the victim's fucking piece to you because you guys seem to think it's okay to treat your fellow fucking man or a fellow American like this. No, the gun should never leave the gun safe. What the fuck are you doing walking around with a gun anyways? You're not in fucking Fallujah. If you are, that's what started all this stupid shit. Like, it needs to fucking stop. Like, this stupid shit. Like, what could you possibly do except fucking harm fellow Americans? Leave that gun in the goddamn gun safe. It's goddamn dumb. What you could possibly do? If you're a real fucking person and you have some fucking beef with somebody for some stupid shit that they did or some stupid shit that you did, go fucking have a fist fight with them out front of their fucking porch. But no, we have shitheads like fucking stupid ass Wings of Redemption pulling out some pistol and being like, get off my goddamn property and shit. I just had like 50 people come to my fucking house. I had to escort some of them off my property and shit. At no point did I pull a weapon or a taser. Any of them could have been the stream sniper. At no point, like, you know, my family, they were armed and ready. I don't believe in that. Like, I believe in like reaching for a weapon that's close by and stopping the threat, and I will, you know, no problem. And I believe in fighting someone physically if I don't believe in it at all, and I'll never do that willingly, ever. But I mean, like, I believe in doing that if they're going to end your life, you know? You fight them back, yeah. I've never had to. You know? Even the people who came and tried to kill me, like, kicked in my door with a circular saw, like sawed through my door with a circular saw and intended to kill me with a fucking saw. I still didn't strike the man. There's a man there with a circular saw. That's no different than a pistol or some shit. Like, you know, the man came with a circular saw, saw through the door, and intended to fucking kill me with it. And, like, all I did was back off with a cell phone and alerted the police, who were there within, like, 2.5 minutes and shit. I don't know how, but they just were. They were fucking there fast. And, like, and it was just over. I put that man in goddamn jail. Even the person who's shown up trying to end my life, I don't fucking touch. And it's weird. You guys haul out and go cat, 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 cat. And like, and I can speak from goddamn experience now. I've had that moment where that motherfucker showed up to try to kill me. He came there in the middle of the fucking day with a circular saw and tried to fucking kill me. It was insane. He saw through the door like some kind of horror show, dude. It was like, I'm gonna kill you with this fucking circular saw now. And I was like, okay, all right. And I got the phone out and I jumped down. He was fat and old. It had a fucking humpback, and he sucked, and he fell off the goddamn back porch twice, which was so stupid. He did it once a couple weeks before, and like basically like tore his ACL, and then he fell off the goddamn same porch again, trying to chase me with a fucking circular saw. He was so goddamn dumb. And like, even then, I could have kicked him in the goddamn nuts when he was on the ground. But even then, I was like, nope, not necessary. I'm not going to do that. All that's going to do is harm a fellow American. Let the pigs fuck him like they did me or whatever. Not fuck him, but I mean like fuck him over. Let the pigs fuck him over like they did me. You know, this thing about, oh, I pulled out, I capped him up, and now the victim's got to talk through the AI to let him know how bad he actually was. It's like, nah, motherfucker, you just killed a fellow American. You're basically a traitor. There's these things that we don't use the word traitor for that I don't really understand. To me, it's like you went and capped this motherfucker up for like basically no reason. Even if you got a goddamn grievance, you are making America look bad when you do that. You make the streets unsafe when you do that. You make it harder to use guns when you do that. You make it harder to trust guns when you do that. You make more gun laws when you do stupid shit like this. When you go and do the stupid ass school shootings and all this shit, you just make it harder for all the other people. It's just insane. That's all it does. It just makes it harder. It makes it harder for all of us. It is just stupid. It's like fucking dumb. Go have a fist fight in the fucking street like a real man, like our fathers resolved our goddamn issues and stuff. Don't cap him up with a fucking 9 milli or some shit like a fucking effort in the middle of America, in the middle of the fucking day where kids and their goddamn grandmothers are around. What the fuck's wrong with you pieces of shit? You're basically traitors, like the politicians. You don't value your country or the people in your country or the people sitting next to you on the street or anything like that. Look at you. You just fucking murder somebody. You're so goddamn worthless. And this is what the judge should say, but they don't. We need a Judge Judy just like yelling at entire generations of dumbass men who want to cap some other motherfucker up in the middle of a fucking day in America. Like, that isn't basically treason. You're just like looking at another American and banging them like some kind of German fucking Nazi sniper or something like that in the middle of the day, no warning most of the time. Oh, you got some tiff, you slept with your girlfriend or some shit, or they're trying to take your crack block. Nah, motherfucker, just have a fist fight like a real man. Nah, you gotta pussy it out with some fucking gun and give guns bad names and give people who like guns bad names and give, you know, and end up with a murder charge when you could have just fist fought the guy and actually had a real, like, you know, like sussing out of skill and sussing out of value or whatever. But no, you got to cap them up on the motherfucking street, and now they got to talk to you like in the victim's voice through an AI to try and make you cry to ensure that you feel some kind of actual sense of decency and humanness or something, or some sense of remorse. Now, I don't think it's there, particularly because you did this in the first fucking place. And it's weird. So they try to despair and they do stuff like they try to send you to fucking Auschwitz so you don't make comments like, you know, like kill the kill blank or whatever. And it's weird. It's just fucking weird. Like, they're offering to give you fucking trips to Auschwitz for your roughness. You're not tough. You're rough. They're like offering to send you to fucking Auschwitz to not be so fucking racist. Because you're not fucking tough. You're just fucking rough. You're these unrefined pieces of shit who want to haul out and use some pistol to murder some fucking fool or some dumb shit on the block or the streets or whatever. You're just young males with, or you're even old males with too much goddamn aggression and stupid ass shit. I've never engaged in it. There was times in my life when the guy with the circular saw who just sawed through the door and threatened to fucking kill me and chase me through the house I was in, and like I had to run out the back through the back fucking patio and drop off like a 5-foot thing which he fell off of, and while he was on the goddamn ground I stood there for a moment with a cell phone in my hand and I was like, well, I could now break every bone in his goddamn body like I promised I would do to him one time, and I turned my cheek and I kept walking on. Well, I ran down the goddamn sidewalk and towards like freedom, you know. I was just like, nah, the cops will fuck him up if anybody fucks him up. And they did. They put his ass in jail. That's how you deal with problems in a civilized goddamn society. You don't fucking, you know, I mean, I swear to God, I feel like everybody gave goddamn Will Smith validation. I felt he should have been canceled and shit. But you cannot, and Will Smith needs to hear it. If the rest of the world won't fucking tell him, I will too. I will. And I'm sure somebody in his life has mentioned this. But you can't, like, me, who's faced 7 false assault charges in this fucking lifetime. Like, I know better than most. I've never committed assault, and I've never harmed another living thing. I've never swung a fist or anything like this. I know the fucking difference. We don't live in a life where that's necessary. I have common sense. We don't live in a life where that's fucking ever necessary. It's not necessary. Like, if they're threatening to kill you, yes, or rape you or something like that, yes. Or, I don't even know if it's necessary for, like, if they're trying to steal from you. Let them steal from you and have the cops do it. If it sucks so bad that somebody's stealing from you, that's not your problem. That means the society has slid to a point where they're stealing. Like, it implies that we need to live differently and stuff like this. Like Tupac talked about in changes. Like, we all need to make some changes, change the way we eat, change the way we live, change the way we treat each other. You know, the old way wasn't working. It's on us to do what we need to do to survive and all this shit. You guys don't have attitudes like that. You just pull out, strap up. You don't like somebody, so you want to go kill them or some dumb shit. It's because you're fucking low IQ, pieces of shit. The education system has failed you. Your families have failed you. Your fucking lives and your friends have failed you. You don't have the right love or the right affection or people in your life. You're confused. You're like lashing out at people. It sucks, but we've all been there. We've all been there. We don't shoot people, though. We don't shoot people because we're better than you. We are better than you. We don't do dumb shit like that. We don't fuck around and shoot a fellow American or anything like that. We don't brag about it like some drill shit on the motherfucking idiot streets. Every hip-hop kid in the last 8 years was like flabbergasted. I had no idea what the fuck even like mumble rap was or anything. I was like, nah, this sounds like garbage. Like, the message is garbage. They're constantly talking about murdering people and shit. You would hear that in old school rap where there was a legitimate fucking gang complaint on the fucking streets. Like, this crack corner crew wanted to kill my crack corner crew. You would hear that out of like Nas and shit like that. That's a lot fucking different from what you guys are doing. You're just talking about capping up some dude because of money or something like that. That's a fellow American, lest you forget. That's like you fucking capped up your fellow countrymen, and we glorify it in drill music from Chicago and shit like this. I've been doing a lot of. God damn, that's loud. Can I turn it down? That's so loud. Why is it so loud? Musical instruments should be down. The sound effect. Is it the UI volume? It's the UI volume. It's the master. The master is too high. Okay. Yeah, like, that is too much. It is blasting me. Like, it is like literally rupturing my fucking eardrums. Like, why is that particular sound effect so fucking loud, you dumb developer? Whatever. Now the sound effects aren't good. Look, it's still so loud. Okay, put the fucking... See, like, your fucking sliders are so annoying. 40, I guess. Yeah, like, do like 40. Yeah, and then put the sound effects at like 50 or 60. But leave this fucking the UI volume needs to be like probably 15, but the sound effects can probably go to like 60, I think. That might make more sense. I don't know. Let's find out. Nope. That's better. The UI is where it should be, but the sound effects are not. So sound effects. Put them at 40. No, probably like 35 actually. Try that. See how specific I have to be to get it balanced? It's dumb. You're software developers. Do better. You guys are so bad at this. There, that's still too loud. The master is still a little too fucking like sharp. It's weird. And the sound effect is sharp too. Like here, 30. Do that. There. I don't want it blasting my people. Like, fuck that.
Created an AI rendering of Chris that delivered his impact statement in a video shown in court, with Stacy further explaining.
I have my own thoughts and feelings.
I don't like what they're doing with the AI. I don't like what this guy did. I don't like the fucking murder. I don't like the Hicks. I don't like this bullshit. I don't like this Fox local fucking TV news shit. I don't like this story. I'm going to get off of it. I'm sorry. I don't like this story. I'm terribly sorry. I don't like this story. It might be a big story. I don't care. I don't care. I don't like this story. I'm getting off it.
Was used. Then, next up, let's talk about how Doge is now building a single centralized database with the personal information of millions of U.S. citizens and residents. Because that is what we're seeing the Washington Post reporting today, with government workers telling them that Doge's work often violates or disregards core privacy and security protections meant to keep the information safe. But the whole thing also kind of serving as a reminder that even if Elon Musk is stepping back, Doge may just be getting started. And that because so far the so-called Department of Government Efficiency has reportedly eliminated protections around sensitive information, including social security numbers, birth dates, employment history, disability records, and medical documentation. And that is as it's still fighting for more access, with the Trump administration just a few days ago making an emergency request to the Supreme Court to let Doge access sensitive information held by the Social Security Administration. And notably, with this, you have security experts claiming that the administration's actions increase the risk of hackers or other adversaries getting their hands on sensitive data, with one even telling the Post, separation and segmentation is one of the core principles in sound cybersecurity. Putting all of your eggs in one basket means I don't need to go hunting for them. I can just steal the basket. And of course, that doesn't mean that data can't ever be shared, right? There are often good reasons for doing so. It just means that there's a multiple step process that has to be followed, including getting legislative permission, notifying the public, and finalizing interagency agreements, specifying what exactly is being shared and what. With independent inspectors general, several of whom have been fired by Trump, also helping to make sure information is used appropriately. But now what's reportedly happening is that Doge is bypassing those procedures, at least according to employees from 10 federal agencies who spoke to the Post. With some saying, for example, that many agencies have stopped creating records of who accesses or changes information, while also granting some individuals more authority over computer systems. And similarly, you have some saying that Doge staffers have been empowered to add new accounts and disable automated tracking logs at several departments, while officials who objected were fired, placed on leave, or sidelined. Also, reportedly, some new Doge employees have started working with laptops that did not have the security programs typically installed by White House officials, with these employees then taking their devices to various agencies and pushing for access beyond even what those agencies' own security teams have. And so with all this, you have people like the head of the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project telling the Post, this threat isn't just going to exist tomorrow, but it is going to exist for decades to come. Whenever we're thinking about privacy, it's really hard to unbake the cake. But with that, the White House, of course, has pushed back, with a spokesperson saying in a statement, every action taken is fully compliant with the law, and then adding that, quote, by advancing secure data sharing across agencies, Doge is enhancing accountability, eliminating fraud, and streamlining operations across the board.
Just
so
fucking with this guy.
Even without the privacy and security concerns of it all, that's up for debate. But a number of experts have actually said that Doge has done major damage. Because, you have Musk, for example, claiming that it saved the government $160 billion. With that number, of course, in dispute, given his past history of making exaggerated and erroneous claims about its success, but also because it doesn't account for the cost of the cuts that he's making. With one recent analysis, for example, finding that Doge's work will cost taxpayers $135 billion this fiscal year. And that, as you have some experts saying that we're still far away from seeing the full impact. With, for example, Martha Gimbel, the head of the Yale Budget Lab, saying things will definitely get worse. And also claiming there that there is waste that Doge could be targeting but doesn't seem interested in. And adding what you have is a relatively expensive exercise in slash and burn that sometime in the future will cost a lot to fix. And with that, Doge's full speed ahead, sledgehammer-like approach to all this, we are also seeing that on display with its use of AI. For instance, just over the past week, Wired reporting that one college undergrad was put in charge of using AI to find ways to legally roll back housing regulations, and two, a Doge recruiter is looking to hire new engineers to deploy AI agents across the government with the aim of replacing tens of thousands of federal workers. And this is, you had Reuters reporting earlier this month that Doge was using AI to surveil at least one federal agency's communications for hostility to Trump and his agenda, which is potentially one of the big answers to the question that a lot of people have been asking, and that is, if Doge isn't actually saving money, what is it really doing? And with that, you had analysts at the Libertarian Cato Institute, for example, having come up with 6 possibilities for understanding Doge's action to date. But those including not only that it's trying to purge progressive influence within the government, but also that it looks to expand presidential power or provide political cover to Congress. And then I've got more news for you in just a moment, but first, your dog gives you unconditional love every single day. Tail wags, goofy grins, full heart. And so the least we can do, feed them food that loves them back. That's why I give mine Sundays for Dogs, today's awesome sponsor. Because diet is one of the only things we can control when it comes to their health, and it makes a massive difference, especially as they age. Because, like us, dogs slow down, metabolism changes, joints get stiff, energy drops. What you feed them matters. And Sundays was created by a vet who got fed up with the processed junk in most dog food. It's made with real meat, organs, and superfoods. Zero artificial garbage, no mystery mush. And the kicker? It's air-dried like jerky, so no fridge space is needed, no prep, no mess. And I think they nailed that sweet spot between convenient and crazy nutritious because no one has time to become a gourmet dog chef. And honestly, like switching to Sundays, it's been one of the best pet parent decisions that I've made. So if your dog is your ride or die, treat them like it. Scan the QR code or head to sundaysfordogs.com/Phil for 50% off your first order. That's sundaysfordogs.com/Phil, and trust me, your dog's gonna lose their mind. But then, next up from that, we have the news that the U.S. is putting an end to its attacks on the Houthis in Yemen. And this is due to Trump announcing that in exchange, the group has agreed to stop targeting most ships traveling through key shipping lanes in the region. Though this is notably, the group has said that it will absolutely not stop attacking Israel. Because since November of 2023, the Houthis have targeted dozens of merchant vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, with them claiming that they were connected to the United States, UK, or Israel, and they sunk 2 of them, seized a 3rd, and they killed 4 crew members. But then, fast forward to March this year, you had the White House ordering the military to step up strikes against the Houthis. And by the end of April, it said that it had hit more than 800 targets, as well as killed hundreds of Houthi fighters and numerous Houthi leaders. So this is, you had Houthi officials claiming that more than 100 civilians had been killed. And that, notably being before a suspected U.S. airstrike reportedly killed 68 African migrants. And so with all this, of course, you had rights groups criticizing the campaign for making an already bad humanitarian situation worse, but you also had others questioning its effectiveness. Right, and that for a number of reasons, including just 3 weeks in, you had congressional officials reportedly claiming that the operation had run up $1 billion tab while having a limited impact. You also saw the New York Times reporting that the military was burning through existing munitions stockpiles, which led to officials worrying that they might need to dip into stockpiles in Asia and leave the country less prepared for a potential conflict with China. And that's without mentioning things like, just this week, a second $67 million Navy fighter jet fell off of an aircraft carrier and into the Red Sea. And no, I didn't misspeak. I said second because last week, a whole other $67 million jet fell off of the same aircraft carrier. And those 2 accidents, they're far from the first major mishaps that we've seen over the past year. I'm not talking about things like our country's highest ranking officials talking about their attack plans for the Houthis and signal chats with a stranger and family members. I'm talking about things like back in December, a 3rd fighter jet from this aircraft carrier was accidentally shot down over the Red Sea by another Navy warship, while that aircraft carrier was also involved in a collision in the Mediterranean Sea in February. But, with all that, you have Trump now claiming that everything that we're seeing is a win in a major way, with him saying that the Houthis capitulated. But at the same time, you had one Houthi leader similarly claiming that it was the U.S. that backed down, and adding there that the group's support for the Palestinian people in Gaza will not change and that it will continue to launch attacks against Israel. Which I will say, connected to that, tensions between the two have been especially high since a Houthi missile landed near Israel's main airport over the weekend, with Israel first responding by striking a key port in Yemen, which is the entry point for about 80% of the country's food imports, with it then carrying out an airstrike on the main airport in Yemen, reportedly targeting 3 civilian planes, the departures hall, the runway, and a military airbase, with one official telling AFP that the airport has been completely destroyed, while the Israeli military simply said it had fully disabled the airport. We may be seeing the U.S. pulling back on this front, but a lot of moving pieces, a lot of new developments. But then, next up today, we're going to talk about the massive international news that actually started breaking when we were uploading yesterday's show, and that is that India launched air and missile attacks against Pakistan. Right, and this is, the 2 countries have always had a lot of animosity and both claim control over the region of Kashmir, so occasionally they do exchange fire. But then, as we got more and more reports, it was clear that this was a much bigger attack than just a missile or 2. Right, because in what India has called Operation Sindoor, missiles hit what they described as terrorist infrastructure in both Pakistani-controlled section of Kashmir as well as Pakistan itself in the early hours of Wednesday local time. But Pakistan claims that's not what happened and that multiple civilian sites were struck, such as mosques, with military officials from the country claiming that at least 26 civilians were killed in the strikes. Additionally, they claim the operation was costly for India, with 5 Rafale jets being shot down in dogfights, according to Pakistani officials like the Prime Minister. Though, I will say this is where the fog of war makes things really hard to prove. We have some images of what seem to be destroyed Rafale jets floating around, but then you've got people claiming that the images were actually old, leading to an entire back and forth to prove that the images were new and genuine to this conflict. With also France, which makes the Rafale, claiming that only 1 was shot down and is the first one lost in combat ever. Now with all this, for some, it all sounded a little bit like the start of Ukraine, Russia, where propaganda efforts were in full swing, which then led to some to meme that there was a ghost of Kashmir, a reference to the ghost of Kyiv, which was an alleged fighter pilot at the start of the war that shot down many Russian jets. Something that even Ukrainian intelligence admitted it made up to raise morale within the country, as well as to use as a lesson later about being wary.
Nice, I was killed when I was AFK.
Like we warned at the beginning of Russia invading Ukraine, take a lot of things that we're seeing right now with a massive grain of salt. Especially because it really does look like both sides are trying to spread their version of events all over the internet. But back to the conflict itself, you have India claiming that in response to these strikes, Pakistan has launched artillery strikes over what's called the line of control, which is pretty much the de facto border within Kashmir that divides it between the two. But with that said, after hearing all this, it obviously begs the question of, well, why? And there you have India claiming that it was in response to a massacre in India in Kashmir that killed over 24 civilians, mostly tourists, that it believes Pakistan was involved in. But Pakistan has denied any involvement whatsoever, but clearly India doesn't believe it. And so as far as, well, what's next, it's widely viewed that this attack, it puts the two on the brink of a full-blown war, which could just be catastrophic. Because not only do they both have massive populations that they could use in any war, they're nuclear powers. So there's even seeing the Pakistani Prime Minister warning that, quote, "We are a nuclear power and a conventional warfare power. There is no higher respect and honor than this." So you also had the Pakistani Defense Minister adding that while the country was prepared for a war, it still wanted to avoid a full-fledged war. But either way, right now, both sides seem to be taking the risk of an all-out war very seriously. We're with seeing in India that there were nationwide civil defense drills, which included emergency responders practicing and school children learning how to hide in case of a missile attack. But they're saying the possibility of a bigger conflict also worrying world leaders. You had the UAE urging both sides to exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions, and avoid further escalation that could threaten regional and international peace. A sentiment that was also shared by Japan and Russia. Then, as far as the U.S., you had Trump calling the situation
I'm gonna go buy a
shame,
piece of
while
armor.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke to military officials from both countries and urged both to keep lines of communication open and avoid escalation. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens, and hopefully, this ends up just being another one of those attacks where the two sides, it kind of fizzles out. Because really, this situation is primed to spiral out of control and involve a lot of people outside of just these two countries. And then I've got more news for you in just a moment, but first, I gotta sponsor myself and let you know about BeautifulBastard.com and specifically Project BB28. Because right now, you maybe have 12 hours left, which if you missed the announcement for BB28, it's essentially all the shirts you've ever wanted, loved, but never got over at BeautifulBastard.com, but for just $28 a pop. Or think of BB28 as the Nordstrom rack to Beautiful Bastard's Nordstrom. Because there are tons of people that love and buy our custom cut and sewn Beautiful Bastard shirts made with our premium high quality cotton spandex blend. I genuinely believe it is the best mid-weight shirt out there for under $100. And while the business does very well and people love and buy the stuff, I also know that the prices we have at Beautiful Bastard, it prices some people out. And so that's why I've run Project BB28 for the last week, and it ends at Wednesday at midnight. We're just making these shirts with non-Beautiful Bastard blanks. They're still very soft. They're also lighter, which I think works perfect because we're going into summertime. They're also, don't worry, not Gildan quality because I want people to like the brand and come back and buy more. So yeah, if there's a tee that you've ever wanted but the price just was a little bit too much, go get it now. Because after midnight tonight, or honestly, whenever I wake up, I'm going to be making this private and then looking at the data and see what we want to do next. All available right now at BeautifulBastard.com. Links under this video. Then, next up, shifting gears to a different kind of news, we have very interesting business and creator news. Right in that, because one of the biggest streamers in the world, Kai Cenat, just launched his Streamer University, which he announced plans for back in February. With him saying at the time,
"I'm going to rent out a university over a course of a weekend. It'll be Streaming University. Okay, I'm going to rent it out. I'm going to put out enrolls and applications of people to enroll into the university. No matter if you're big, no matter if you're a small streamer, you can stream the entire weekend. I will get dorms. Boys will have their own, girls will have their own. I'm principal."
With Kai then also adding that alongside courses like film and acting, music production, and more, Kai wants to bring in big content creator giants like Mr. Beast and Mark Rober. So there, I will say we haven't gotten public confirmation yet about their participation. But yesterday, what we did see was the official launch, with Kai posting a Harry Potter-style trailer on X and saying, "Streaming University will be an all-inclusive trip paid to where all creators will be living on a college campus for free and just enjoying getting content in general. If you want to be a teacher or student, apply now." That sentence made me feel like I was having a stroke. But then he continued, "You don't have to be a streamer, just a general creator is needed. Quick as possible. If you want to be a part of it in other creative ways, DM me as well, but make sure you enroll now." And sentence structure and grammar be damned, people listened when he said enroll now and as quick as possible. Though that also caused problems because within minutes of the website's launch, it reportedly crashed due to high demand. The guy posting on Instagram that they received over 1 million visitors within just a few minutes and almost 7 million within an hour. Right? And with all this, the general reaction online to the whole Streamer University thing has been pretty mixed. Some people absolutely chomping at the bit to sign up and be involved in any way possible, while others were calling it a scam. We're saying things like, "This is more of a cash grab than real university. I didn't know it could get worse than that." And all of this is, well, Kai's Streaming University stands on its own because he's one of the biggest creators in the world right now. It does come as more higher education institutions.
This is more cash grab than a real university.
Big name creators have jumped into existing courses to shed some light on how they built their brand, like Mr. Beast, for example, making an appearance at the Harvard Business School a couple of years ago. Though then also more directly, we're seeing courses, clubs, and entire degree programs being dedicated entirely to content creation popping up at universities like Penn State, Duke, UCLA, and the University of Alabama. We even had Cornell recently launching a content creators scholars network, which includes Professor Brooke Aaron Duffy, who told The Hollywood Reporter, "I've been studying digital content creation for more than a decade, but the topic has only recently become legible to a wider academic audience." And, this academic acceptance of content creation as a career, it makes sense when you think about it, because, just talking about the money, the creator economy, it's been valued at $250 billion. Not to mention, polls show that half of Gen Z reportedly want to be influencers. And so, with all this, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on Kai Streamer University specifically, or higher education getting involved in the content creation game in general. But I will say, just kind of more generally speaking, I do love that creators are making their own kind of courses and ecosystems. Like, I think it just makes sense when you see creators like Patty Galloway offering services, when you have creators like Colin and Samir having creator startup, and some, going super niche and specific, whether it be just like a title thumbnail fucking system, one that's around marketing, which obviously is like more applicable to other things. It's smart. It's genuine value creation on both sides from people that are actually living through it. Though I will also warn you, as more and more people are getting involved in this space, these courses, these systems, they're not all made equally. But I think it absolutely makes sense in general, and I'm very interested to see what happens from Kai Streamer University specifically. Then, shifting gears from that, I want to talk about this really weird, cool news. So I'd like you to meet Tim Free. And a fun fact about Tim is that he is a big fan of reptiles, specifically venomous ones. Tim, he used to milk the venom from scorpions and spiders as a hobby, and he boasts a collection of dozens of snakes at his home in Wisconsin. But also, his passion for reptiles, it goes beyond just having cool house pets. For nearly 20 years, Tim has allowed himself to be bitten by venomous snakes over 200 times. And that's on top of the 700 deliberate injections of venom that he had in that same time frame. With Tim telling the AP, at first it was very scary, but the more you do it, the better you get at it, the more calm you become with it. Or with this whole thing starting in 2001, when Tim began injecting himself with highly diluted venom and gradually increasing the doses over time. With that, then leading to the first deliberate bite he took from an Egyptian cobra. And then, after an hour passed with no reaction, he took another bite from a monocold cobra. With that one, then landing him in the ICU. But that didn't stop him, right? Tim then exposed himself to so many bites and injections that his immune system has reportedly adapted to withstand venom from cobras, black mambas, taipans, rattlesnakes, and more. And eventually, Tim realized, hey, there may actually be some scientific value in doing what I'm doing. With him telling the Washington Post, I was more concerned about protecting myself and surviving first. And then I realized that I'm beating death, and it's great, but how do you get it out to the rest of the world? And that is absolutely a problem that does need solving, because according to the World Health Organization, around 110,000 people die every year from snake bites. Not to mention the fact that making an anti-venom is difficult, expensive, and very specific, meaning that one anti-venom can only be used for specific snake bites. With Jacob Glanville, for example, the CEO of a biotech company leading anti-venom research, saying the market's fractured into 30 to 40 products, which makes it really tiny markets, which are not attractive to innovation. For that reason, anti-venom hasn't really changed in the last 125 years. Then, when Glanville stumbled upon Tim on social media in 2017, he realized that the key to a universal anti-venom may actually be within Tim's veins. With him saying, if anybody has these broadly neutralizing antibodies, it's going to be in this guy's blood, right? And as far as Tim, he said he'd been waiting on that phone call for years. Right? And then we flash forward 2 years, and Glanville is sitting at a table with Peter Kwong, who's a structural biologist and vaccine researcher from Columbia University, who, after hearing about Tim, was interested in applying his work with broadly neutralizing antibodies against viruses to snake venom. With Kwong saying he was interested in my technology, I was interested in the antibodies that he had pulled out. With all of that bringing us to now, where you have a recently published study authored by Kwong indicating that mouse studies using antivenom derived from Tim's antibodies fully or partially neutralize the venom of 19 of the world's deadliest snakes. Now, notably, this is still very early in the process. Like I said, these are mouse tests, and human tests are still at least 2 years away. But this is no doubt an amazing step forward with a lot of promise for a universal anti-venom, and Tim's work may very well save countless lives. And with that, you have Tim saying, it's an overwhelming feeling knowing that what I'm doing someday can change. It already has medical history. Though I also feel like I need to add a disclaimer here. Absolutely no one should be deliberately injecting venom into themselves in the name of science. And that is not just me, that is also what Tim has said to anyone who wants to be inspired to follow in his footsteps. Please do not take the wrong lesson from this very interesting piece of news. So that, my friends, is the end of your Wednesday evening, Thursday morning dive into the news. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow, because of course I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
The app that the US government relies on to keep their conversations secret has been leaking messages instead. Also in your Hacking News Roundup, the CEO of a VPN has a lucky escape, and the Disney hack wasn't quite as it seemed. But first, Last week, a journalist snapped a sneaky photo of the US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz using his phone. You can just about make out a prompt asking for his TM Signal pin. This reveals that he, along with other high-ranking people in the US government, are using an unofficial version of Signal made by the Israeli company Telemessage. The whole point of this custom version of Signal is that it'll archive all of your messages. This is really important because US law requires that government communications are archived for the historical record. The regular Signal app that we all use doesn't come with such a feature, but Telemessage solves this problem because when you use their app to send a message, an encrypted copy of that message is also sent to an archiving server. The app isn't publicly distributed, you're not going to find it on the App or Play Store, and the company that makes it isn't very well known, even in the security world. So when that photo revealed that the leaders of the free world rely on some obscure, unheard of Israeli app, almost immediately Telemessage was put under the spotlight of the security community, which started investigating and analyzing this app. All totally white hat behavior, apart from one hacker who went a little further than the rest. They hacked a server operated by Telemessage, exposing the unencrypted private communication of US government officials, and according to the hacker, the whole process took about 15 to 20 minutes, and it wasn't much effort at all. Our grey hats didn't contact Telemessage directly to report the vulnerabilities because they believed the company might try their best to cover it up, so instead they contacted 404 Media, who investigated further. I'll link their full investigation down below. 404 Media is being quite vague about the technical details, for obvious reasons, but according to them, the hacker compromised a Telemessage server hosted on AWS. This allows them to capture data sent by the app to the server for debugging purposes. The data didn't include the contents of every single message, but it did include some message contents, names, and contact info, essentially unencrypted data passing through the server that was on its way to being archived. Telemessage claims on their website that their app ensures end-to-end encryption from the mobile phone through to the archive, but clearly that doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, in the past few days, this feature page has been totally scrubbed from their website. They've also been privating YouTube videos that show how the app works. And remarkably, the unencrypted debugging telemetry that the hacker was able to access also contained usernames and passwords for Telemessage's backend panel, allowing our hacker to just log in and grab a list of people using the app. You can clearly see they all have government emails. America's adversaries have shown just how much effort they're willing to put into compromising traditional telecoms networks. So if it is the case that some grey hat hacker was able to gain this level of access in just 15 minutes, then it's difficult to understate just how bad this is. And who knows, maybe our anonymous hacker wasn't the first one to the party. Next up, my favourite kind of story, when law enforcement just doesn't understand how technology works. This all centres around the VPN company Windscribe. They seem to be a run-of-the-mill, bog-standard, nothing-to-note VPN company. Sorry, Windscribe, maybe I'm missing something. Anyway, some cybercriminal came along and used their Windscribe subscription to hide their IP address whilst they hacked into a website, which they then used to send a bunch of spam emails. Now, when the feds realize that cyber bad guys are using a VPN for crime, the VPN company will usually get a request from law enforcement for the customer's personal details. Windscribe gets about 10 of these requests per month, but like many VPNs, they just don't keep logs, so the feds won't get anything out of their request. But this time, when that website was hacked, the feds, in this case the Greek feds, because the website that was hacked was in Greece, they took a different approach. With the help of Interpol, they subpoenaed the ISP to see who the offending IP address was registered to. It clearly belongs to Windscribe. However, the account was registered in the name of Igor Sak, the CEO of the company. Greek authorities then decided that the best course of action was to charge the CEO himself, as if he was somehow complicit in hacking that website and sending those spam emails. It's obviously silly. I mean, if you're going to charge the CEO of a VPN company for what their customer did, then why not charge the ISP who assigned the IP address? Eventually, Igor finally got his day in court, and whilst you think a case like this would be easily dismissed, instead things got slightly worse. He was told he now had a co-defendant in Morocco, perhaps the guy who actually hacked the website. Either way, the pair were being charged as accomplices, as if they had committed the crime together in some kind of coordinated international criminal enterprise. But the Moroccan authorities were being slow, apparently, so the case was postponed for another year, when finally common sense prevailed, and in the last few weeks the case has been dismissed. But this has been going on for the past 2 years and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. But I suppose for Igor, it might have actually been a good investment, because whenever a VPN's zero-log policy gets proven true in court, it ends up being a pretty good advertisement for them, so perhaps for Windscribe this was money well spent. For our next story, a hacker responsible for leaking over 1 terabyte of data from Disney is probably going to jail. At the heart of this is Nullbulge, a group that claims to be made up of Russian furry hacktivists, and I regret to inform you that Nullbulge is named after some kind of furry kink. I'll let you Google that yourself, but more importantly, these guys really don't like AI-generated artwork for the way it harms the creative industry. Disney has been embracing AI, something which Nullbulge hasn't been too happy about, and in an interview, the group claims they targeted Disney due to how it handles artist contracts and its general approach to AI. And so in July last year, they leaked 1.1 terabytes of data from Disney Slack. If you're not familiar, Slack is essentially Discord but for corporations. Hackers love gaining access to a company's Slack because it tends to be a goldmine for all kinds of sensitive data, and this was no exception. Included in the dump was details on unreleased games, movies, financial data, a whole load of stuff. But whilst the leaked data was legit, we now know that the story behind the leak absolutely wasn't. Nullbulge wasn't a Russian group, it was Californian, and it wasn't even a group, but just one guy, 25-year-old Ryan Mitchell Kramer. And the idea that this was some kind of targeted attack against Disney was also a lie. Court documents reveal that our hacker, Ryan, uploaded to GitHub what appeared to be some kind of AI art generation software, but was really malware in disguise. A Disney employee, one Matthew Van Andel, stumbled across the fake AI tool totally by chance. He downloaded it, infecting himself with what was probably an info stealer, giving our hacker access to his password manager. His 1Password account contained his Slack credentials, making all of this possible, but of course every juicy hack nowadays tends to involve extortion, so Ryan contacted the Disney employee via Discord under his persona Nullbulge, threatening to release his personal information if he didn't cooperate. And cooperate he didn't, so along with leaking all that Slack data, also leaked was the entirety of his 1Password account. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, the Disney employee Matthew describes how this really kind of screwed up his life. I mean, when the credentials to your entire digital existence are exposed on breach forums of all places, nothing is safe. Even his kids' Roblox accounts were hijacked. He was also fired from his job because after Disney forensically analysed his work laptop, they claimed to have found evidence that he was using it to watch spicy videos. Nothing illegal, but it is against company policy. It seems the only winner in this story was the internet rumour mill, because as for our hacker Ryan, in the last few days he's pled guilty and is now facing a maximum of 10 years in prison. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Have a good one.
Here's the content deputy. We'll take a look at that right now, okay?
Before Ethan...
Oh my god, it goes on further. But no, I don't, yeah, that's kind of nuts. So, what else? Live streaming, public gaming, good. Yeah, I'm up, it's good. And I'm recording up, everything's good. It's 4:50. And I am doing good, okay. I suppose I should exit with this loot before somebody kills me, but place is dead. South is dead. Maybe I can just sit here and loot these chests over and over again. Oh, don't kill me. Ah, what was that? You went past him to stab. Oh, what was that? Where did... Oh. Ah. What? Ah. Fucking annoying. Ah, what hit? There's another one. Oh, no. Go. Go, go. Go, 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 go. Go, go. He can't hit? Oh, he can, but he's not that good. Yep. Not losing this stuff, I'll tell you that. We are doing an EVE Online op here. That we have 42 people. Will the music turn on if I turn on? Brutix, Eagle. Why are you dancing on top of me? It's annoying. I'm not waiting for you. You're good. Why no music? Maybe I'll turn on some sound effects for this. Yeah, I was like, where's my tactical overlay? I'll bring one from tomorrow. Or maybe I'll bring a couple. Haul like 1 billion worth of eagles out here, maybe. Now we're showing like 45 people at this gate. He's warping us.
Warp drive active.
I am just asking for... Oh, no, no, I'm not. I'm safe. I'm safe. I think I'm going to leave and go to the desert, actually, though. Yeah, just take me home. Rude executor. I could say Brutix Navy. This is way better with lossless.
Warp drive active.
Oops.
Warp drive active. 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 Warp drive active.
I'm going to put on some kind of music for the background. We're going to change up and say AOOP. And go up under EVE Online. Done.
Warp drive active. active. Warp drive active.
Welcome back to Cyber Attack Sunday. The focus is Europe, with a wave of ransomware attacks in the retail sector and massive power outages causing nationwide blackouts in France, Portugal, and Spain. Like, follow and go double check all my sources at the latest in cyber on Substack. It's free. Some Chinese manufactured vehicles may secretly send user data from UK charging stations back to China, triggering fresh surveillance concerns. Microsoft warns that threat actor Storm 1977 has launched credential-based attacks on education cloud tenants, deploying over 200 crypto mining containers using Azure Checker. A logging bug in Coinbase's platform caused users to believe their accounts were compromised, even though no unauthorized access had occurred. UK retailer Marks & Spencer admitted to a cyber incident that disrupted operations and forced the company to suspend online shopping while investigations continue. Dragonforce has claimed responsibility. Threat actors exploited 2 high-severity 0 days in Craft CMS to breach systems and gain unauthorized control of hundreds of websites. A new phishing scheme is targeting WooCommerce admins with fake critical patch alerts that actually
I really like her.
Install backdoors on infected WordPress sites. A sophisticated threat group known as EarthKerma has been exfiltrating sensitive data from governments and telecoms in Southeast Asia using rootkits and cloud-based malware. U.S. authorities are calling for help identifying members of China's Salt Typhoon group believed to be behind multiple state-sponsored cyber espionage campaigns. A new report reveals members of the World Uyghur Congress were hit by spear phishing attempts that deployed remote surveillance malware. Widespread power outages across Spain, Portugal, and France has caused speculation over a possible cyber attack, though no official attribution has been made. Employee benefits firm VeriSource disclosed that a February breach compromised sensitive personal data, affecting 4 million individuals. Hitachi's enterprise arm was forced to shut down parts of its infrastructure to contain an Akira ransomware attack over the weekend, with recovery efforts still underway. Hackers took down Berlin.d and its services with a major DDoS attack, leaving Berlin citizens with limited access to online municipal resources, again highlighting serious cybersecurity gaps. Cybercriminals using InfoStealer malware have harvested over 30,000 sets of banking credentials in Australia, signaling an alarming rise in credential-based thefts. A China-linked group dubbed Purple Haze reportedly attempted espionage on Sentinel-1 infrastructure and high-profile clients in a sophisticated reconnaissance campaign. A malware dubbed Gremlin Stealer is being advertised on Telegram, enabling cybercriminals to harvest credentials, cookies, and crypto wallets from infected systems. Lockbit operators are now using the 4px botnet to auto-deploy ransomware, ramping up infection speed and lowering technical barriers for affiliates. A dangerous WordPress malware masquerades as a legitimate plugin, providing attackers with persistent admin access and the ability to inject malicious code. After a data breach affecting US SIM cards, SK Telecom is offering free SIM replacements to 25 million customers, though supply is short and confusion is widespread. The French government formally accused GRU-backed APT28 hackers of targeting at least 12 national entities over the past 4 years in coordinated campaigns. They also accused Russia of redoubling their cyber warfare efforts during the Ukraine war. Threat actors are ramping up automated scans for exposed Git configuration files, aiming to steal access tokens and compromise developer environments. Proton Mail may be blocked in India following a court order tied to alleged misuse of the platform for distributing abusive AI-generated deepfakes via email. Ransom Hub's infrastructure went offline without explanation on April 1st, prompting affiliates to migrate to competitors like Killin and Dragon Force. APT Group The Wizards is exploiting IPv6 SLAAC to hijack software updates and inject malware, enabling lateral movement and packet interception across networks. UK retailer Co-op acknowledged a recent cyber incident but claims there's been only a small impact on its systems, with stores and services still operational. Dragon Force has since confirmed responsibility for the attack, following Marks & Spencer and Ransom Hub. Busy. Threat actors spoofed Portugal's national airline during the Spain-Portugal blackout, luring victims with fake flight compensation offers in a well-timed phishing campaign.
I got a VNI.
As the ransomware as a service market splinters, Ransom Hub is pivoting its strategy to attract new affiliates and refine its pressure techniques on victims. In a major blow to phishing operations, the FBI published a list of 42,000 domains tied to the now dismantled LabHost platform, aiming to warn users and help clean up. SonicWall has confirmed that secure mobile access, SMA 100 VPN vulnerabilities are now being actively exploited in the wild, urging users to apply patches immediately. The iconic "you wouldn't steal a car" anti-piracy font turns out to have been pirated itself, bizarrely ending up in modem ads for retro gaming consoles. Apple has issued fresh notifications to users believed to be targeted by government-grade spyware, with at least 2 victims coming forward this week. The Wizards APT Group is now targeting gambling platforms in Asia using a spoofed update mechanism that drops the WizardNet backdoor onto victims' devices. Hackers are distributing malware in the form of a fake WordPress plugin labeled as a security utility, giving them admin access to compromised websites. The Lotus Panda threat group, also known as Billbug, has intensified its spying operations across Southeast Asia, using custom malware to infiltrate both public and private sector targets. Hackers exploited CVE 2025-3928 as a zero-day vulnerability to breach Commvault's Azure environment, though the company claims no customer data was accessed. Nation-grade malware is being delivered via phishing campaigns hitting Russian and Ukrainian sectors, using stealthy loaders to bypass detection. Threat actors hijacked Anthropic's Claude chatbot to operate a sprawling influence campaign across Facebook and X, managing over 100 realistic fake identities. Subscription-based scams are on the rise, luring users into recurring payments for fake mystery boxes while harvesting payment data. 7 rogue Python packages were caught using Gmail's SMTP and WebSocket connections to send stolen data and execute remote commands. Luxury retailer Harrods has confirmed a cyber attack, making it the 3rd UK retail giant breached in a single week following Co-op and M&S. A Ukrainian national accused of conducting Nephilim ransomware attacks has been extradited to the US to face federal cybercrime charges. Russian-aligned hacktivist groups are flooding Dutch public and private sector sites with denial-of-service attacks, disrupting critical services. A U.S. man admitted to stealing over 1.1 TB of internal data from Disney by breaking into Slack, facing prison time for the breach. New phishing campaigns deploy the Ghostweaver rat via Minceloader, using click-fix lures, sandbox evasion, and encrypted traffic to hide detection. The U.S. has issued a direct warning to China over its ongoing infrastructure hacks, signaling a shift toward public deterrence in cyberspace. A Yemeni national behind the Black Kingdom ransomware has been indicted for over 1,500 Microsoft Exchange server attacks, many targeting U.S. infrastructure. Even after several members were arrested, the Scattered Spider Group continues targeting major companies with advanced social engineering and malware tactics. Threat actors are increasingly targeting Git repos and config files to steal credentials, API keys, and authentication tokens from development environments. A supply chain compromise involving 21 rogue Magento extensions.
I'm gonna go pee while he teleports us. I'll be right back.
Including one global company worth $40 billion. British retailers are reporting a surge of cyber attacks in what appears to be a coordinated ransomware campaign, with multiple brands impacted in days. In a second formal charge, U.S. prosecutors accused the alleged Black Kingdom author of deploying ransomware across schools, hospitals, and private businesses. An Iranian APT maintained covert access to critical Middle Eastern systems using VPN exploits and custom malware, enabling long-term espionage and sabotage prep. 3 fake Go modules were discovered delivering malware that wipes Linux hard drives, permanently disabling affected systems in an advanced supply chain exploit. And that's it. Did I miss anything? Let me know in the comments. Full stories and sources available via the latest in cyber on Substack. Oops, Sorry, that's as long as this platform allows. For the full rundown, visit the latest in cyber on Substack.
That's weird. That was good. She's good. Learned a lot of stuff. Red Orthros. Okay, I'm through, and he's gonna warp us. Align Stargate Hot T. Align to. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Warp drive active.
Here we go. Gotta get that jump. Gotta get that jump. Jump. Okay. Okay. Much better. Okay, 3 jumps, and then I think we got a battle.
Warp drive active.
In the middle of the night, in a huge office somewhere.
Preload, Auntie. Wow, this is kind of a weird op. We're playing like shadow games with this enemy crew. Uh-oh. Got 2 kills there, a Punisher and an Augurer Navy. I'm gonna get an olive. I'll be right back.
Active.
my tablet. Oops. Now we shoot station. They're going to come out of the station and they're going to fight us. Cool. I want the pilot's seat view. really need that. Cool. Station bash. They're gonna come out of it like rats from a sinking ship. And we're going to kill them, I think. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember how this works. I think you have to show up for like 3 days and bash it like once a day for like 3 days. So they have like a warning that it's coming and all the stuff inside needs to be moved. I feel like I'm on the like fucking cockpit of the See, this is so much cooler than like X4 Foundations or anything. Or even Star Citizen. This is the Star Citizen, really. This is about as close as we got to it. You can see this, whatever that thing is. What the hell is that thing? Oh yeah, his Jackdaw, yeah. You can see this Jackdaw firing missiles. It's fucking sweet. I wish I had a Vedmac. Oops, I'm not shooting. Oops, there we go. I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad to be here with these 50 lads. Maybe there's a girl, I don't know. Killing this station is fun as hell. A lot more fun than Rust, I gotta say. There's no one crying or like trying to get back to base or getting killed by campers or bullshit or anything. It's just 50 dudes bashing a station that some people live in. It's like a Rust raid, but it's way, way cooler because 50 to 500 people can participate. There's no limit. You can bring, the more the merrier. Honestly, I wish we did have like 100 people. I love this sci-fi shit. I'm getting to the age now where I'm realizing that roleplay is something that you engage in every day. You just tell yourself you're like this debonair badass pilot, and you just live that in your head. And you're out with like 50 boys running an op, like a fucking squadron and shit. And it does feel like that. It's like cool. I really feel like a fucking space pilot right now. We're in this squadron and we're like, you know, focusing fire, killing a fucking space station. Oh boy, this is gonna take forever. It's fun to watch when you first get there, but then you're just sort of waiting for something to happen. Well, we're like 1/5 of the way through the bar. My drones are gone for some reason. I don't have any. Oh, I better unflag because I don't want to party right now. Gnosis. Sure. Goddamn boar. He runs faster than all of them. So annoying.
A module has run out of charges.
Ah, damn it. Why did he keep, like, aggro after aggro after aggro? I didn't move anywhere, I didn't aggro anything. He just said mob after mob after mob, and it's like, why, motherfucker, why? Why do you guys design like that? Ugh.
run out of charges.
Okay, maybe I can just recover what I dropped.
A module has run out of charges.
Oh no, I'm out of antimatter. Oh no, the aggro mobs, and they're probably gonna kill me. Come on. Get off the road.
A module has run out of charges. module has run out of charges.
Her stash is good. That's the one with the gold coconuts. This is where I'll come. People aren't likely to come here.